Hello, hello. Check one, two. Check, check one, two. Mic testing.
Hello, hello. Namaskara. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Invest Karnataka 2016. And the second day proceedings will now take off. All of us together on an onward march to shape better tomorrows for our Karnataka and our India. Once again, a hearty welcome to each one of you present here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, this session will focus on auto and machine tools. First, we have a small screening which will portray the auto and machine tools sector in Karnataka, the present scenario. Over to screen.
I assure you of the fullest cooperation, fullest support, total transparency in clearing your projects. Invent in Karnataka, invest in Karnataka, because the future of India is being made in Karnataka.
My government is committed to provide a stable, investor-friendly policy to ensure a smooth flow of investment to the state. I welcome you all to invest in Karnataka.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, auto and machine tool sector in Karnataka stepping ahead to shape better tomorrows. And now, may we request all our respected speakers to kindly come up on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst us, MD IIDC, Shri Naveen Raj Singh, who will focus on perspective setting on the sector, and who will also be the session chairperson. Hearty welcome to you, sir. And we have with us Mr. Shekhar Vishwanath, Vice Chairman and Whole-Time Director, TKML, who will be giving us a presentation on Toyota Kirloskar Motors. Mr. Kamal Bali, MD, Volvo India. This will be a presentation by Volvo Group India. Mr. MC Dinesh, Vice President, FKCCI. And the topic will be MSME's growth in Karnataka. Mr. Vishwajit Sahai, Joint Secretary, MHI, Government of India. Perspective from the Ministry of Heavy Industry and Public Enterprises. And also with us, Mr. L. Krishnan, Past President, IMTMA, and also Managing Director, Tigu Tech India Private Limited, who will be focusing on Indian Machine Tools Manufacturers Association. Also joining us on the dais, Vice President, Mr. Gopi Kumar. Mr. Gopi Kumar. Bosch, Mr. Gopi Kumar. Hearty welcome to all the speakers present here and all of you present here. May I request Shri Naveen Raj Singh, sir, to kindly take over. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naveen Raj Singh, sir, respected MD, will be presenting the summary of the points presented in this session. And now may we request Mr. Shekhar Vishwanath, Vice Chairman and also Whole-Time Director, TKML, for this presentation on Toyota Kirloskar Motors. Shri Shekhar Vishwanath.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the dais, dignitaries, and everybody else who's present. It seems we are beginning with a half-full hall, but clearly, I think as the day progresses, people will come in. I don't know whether this is the state of the industry, but let me tell you, this is the capacity utilization of the automobile industry, and the capacity utilization of the hall approximately matches. So on that note, let me begin a formal presentation on the Toyota Kirloskar Motor journey in India. We began our operations in October 1997. We started construction, and in December 99, the first cars rolled out. We today have a capacity of 310,000 units with an area of 432 acres and about 300 outlets across India. This is where we are. Toyota Kirloskar Auto Parts is our sister company. In fact, Toyota Motor Corporation has two operations here. One is Toyota Kirloskar Motor and the other is Toyota Kirloskar Auto Parts. They make engines, gearboxes, and they supply to 6 different Toyota plants across the world. This is probably a very important slide in terms of the milestones. Beginning in 1997, in 2000 we launched the Qualis. 2003 we had the Corolla launch, and that was followed by the Innova launch in 2005. The Toyota Technical Training Institute was opened in 2007, and this is a very unique initiative from the Toyota Kirloskar Motor management. We decided to identify the poorest of the poor and take in 64 students, people who would have otherwise have gone to college, but for want of financial independence, they were not able to. So we took these people in, we pay them a stipend, we train them, and then eventually they have been joining our workforce. It's truly transformative, and for those of you who want to visit our factory, a visit to the TTTI is a must. In 2009, we launched the Fortuner, and in 2010, we launched the small car, the Etios. And in 2012, we started exports of the Etios. The Camry production started in 2013, and in 2014, of course, we launched the Camry Hybrid and the full model change of the Camry Hybrid. So we've had a very, very good experience in working in India. Our experience has been a very happy one. It's been happy for a variety of reasons. Yes, there have been some amount of roadblocks along the way, but we've learned how to negotiate, how to work within the ecosystem that is on offer, and straddling governments, both at the center and at the state. I think Toyota has been very fortunate in receiving the fullest of support. I'm putting up this slide essentially for all of you to understand that every major auto player in the world is here in India today. And Toyota is the only one which has chosen Karnataka as its home. And we're very proud to be here, we're very happy to be here, and we want to continue to expand our footprint in this very nice state. As you know, I mean, Karnataka offers a very congenial industrial environment, but I think the one thing that stands out for us is the human resources that is available in the state. I think yesterday we had a number of people praise the kind of engineering talent and other skilled talent that is available in the state. And I think the chairman of Manipal Global was also here, and he also spoke eloquently about how many people come from different parts of the country to study engineering and medicine in Manipal. There are other engineering colleges also strewn across the state, and I think the ecosystem that this offers in terms of skilled talent is something that we have benefited from. Yes, there has been some need for some amount of retraining of these people, but I do think that this is a process that has gathered momentum. Toyota has benefited from it. We've also been able to feed the manpower requirements of our dealers by associating with individual ITIs across the country and in Karnataka, so that we run specialized courses in automotive repair. For example, we teach students there how to take apart an engine and reassemble it again. And this has acted as a feeder for the dealer community. There are a number of dealers who deal in automotive products, not just Toyota dealers, but these students are then able to find jobs in dealerships, in automotive dealerships across the country, across the state. We are, of course, rich in natural resources. This is something that I spoke about in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of education facilities available. In terms of R&D centers, I think Bangalore is classified as an innovation cluster by the World Economic Forum. I think Toyota has perhaps been a laggard in terms of not having as yet established a full-fledged R&D facility, but we are on our way there. We are doing all the pilot projects to convince Toyota Motor Corporation that we must come here and establish a state-of-the-art R&D center, but I don't know when that will happen. In terms of it being a leading investment destination, and I think if you look at the last part of it, you will see that there are 58 SEZs, there are 5 airports, 11 ports, there are so many kilometers of national highways and state highways, and 321 kilometers of coastline. We have unfortunately not been able to use the Mangalore port as much as we would have liked to. So currently we are using the ports on the eastern part of the country. In terms of manpower, I think this kind of captures the kind of manpower that we employ, both first at TKM, about 8,133 people, at TCAP, and then with our suppliers who form the backbone of our operations. And then our dealer community, so making for a total of nearly 20,000 people that we employ as a result of our operations here. I think the most important, and one thing which I would like to say about the auto component community is that in terms of quality, the PPM levels, which is the metric by which they are measured in terms of quality, has been steadily improving over the years. And while in our initial year of operations, it started at 900 ppm and then dropped to less than 100 ppm within a few years, I think this year they are challenging something like 8 ppm. I think we must applaud our workmen, our supervisors, and our managers who are working on the shop floor to make this happen. This is the kind of supplier support that we have inside of our factory premises. In the 432 acres that we have 7 suppliers whom we say are on-site suppliers, meaning that they don't hold too much of inventory, but they supply, so we hold 0 inventory, but as and when our assembly line requires parts, they are able to make it and supply to us so that inventory levels across the system is minimized. And I think that's the beauty of having all of these companies such as Asahi, Bundy, etc. This will give you an aerial view of our plant in terms of what is made in Plant 1 and Plant 2. Plant 1 came up first and then Plant 2 was built. In terms of support from the government of Karnataka, we've had uninterrupted supply of power, water, road connectivity to phase 2.
Bangalore to Chennai and the Chennai-Mumbai Industrial Corridor would provide tremendous opportunities for the OEMs in various sectors. This would be a turn, provide large manufacturing opportunities to MSMEs, including the machine tool sector. The Make in India and the Skilling India initiative should provide added incentives and encouragement to the manufacturing sector. This would bring in additional foreign investments, facilitate manufacturing of products with high technology contents, develop skilled manpower, and provide them opportunities to gainfully employed. India has not lacked in its entrepreneurship capabilities, and with the new program, manufacturing within India should gain greater momentum. Today, as you said, we heard the success story from Mr. Shekhar Vishwanathan. I'm sure the next success story will be by Mr. Bali, who has now taken away from me, and I will be doing that. And we also know that it will be summed up by Mr. Naveen Raj Singh, who will also say the basic proactives of the government of Karnataka. Let me now conclude by saying India is now unstoppable. Everyone in the world believes that India would be one among the top 3 economies in the next couple of decades. In India itself, there's a huge market, and we are well integrated now into a global economy. Gone are the days when our industry was protected, which made us non-competitive when we went for exports. Today, our industry, our MSMEs can compete with many in the world. Let us look forward to a brighter tomorrow and a great future for auto, machine tool, and in general, the manufacturing industry in India, and in particularly to Karnataka, which is our very own state. Thank you, gentlemen, hope I was audible to all of you. Let's hope we take off to the Thank you so much.
MSME recording a steady growth in Karnataka. Senior Vice President FKCCI MC Dinesh has given us the details. Thank you so much, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Olvo's time. Managing Director, Olvo India, Mr. Kamal Bali, will now enlighten us on successful and impactful journey of Olvo Group in Karnataka. Over to Mr. Kamal Bali.
My presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Naveen Raj, IAS, Government of Karnataka. Mr. Sahai, IAS, Joint Secretary, Government of India. My friends from industry, Shekhar, Krishnan, Gopi Kumar, Dinesh. Apologies for this small blemish in the audio-visual system. I think we've managed to correct it, and probably we can continue our session. I will, over the next 10 minutes, share with you Volvo's journey in Karnataka, how we entered Karnataka and what are we doing and what are our future plans. Let me start with sharing with you some basic details, facts about Karnataka. For some of you who do not probably are aware of this, we've had a CAGR growth of about 12% between 2004-5 until 2014-15. Of course, the current rate of growth is about 7%. We contribute about 5.68% to the Indian GDP. FDI inflows have been quite good at about 3.4 billion. Total exports from the state are close to 13% of the India's total exports. The state per capita GDP is about $1,900 per annum. Contribution of manufacturing to GDP is about 17%, about the same as the national. Agriculture and right sectors are about 17% share in state GDP. And as Shekhar pointed out, we have a great ecosystem of educational institutions, 44 universities, 4,500 colleges, 206 engineering colleges, polytechnics, medical colleges, and so on and so forth. So Karnataka that way provides a great ecosystem. So why, when Volvo entered, what were the obvious decisions in our due diligence? What are the obvious considerations? Investor-friendly government, I must admit, accessible at all levels, empathetic to industry issues. As Shekhar said, it's not that we are devoid of issues. We have issues, but the good part is the bureaucracy and the government are empathetic. They understand our issues. They try and help us out. Fast-track approvals. There's a buzz around the state, and Bangalore has an X factor. I think this everybody would agree. Bangalore has an X factor, good climate, and a very cosmopolitan culture, good ecosystem of talent pool, academic institutions, SMEs, hospitals, and a favorite for expats. In fact, the largest number of expats in India reside in Bangalore, even more than Bombay and Delhi. Excellent telecommunication network, good law and order, presence of leading IT, biotechnology, electronics. So I think it rubs off. There is a rub-off effect, and there is a spirit and a buzz around the state and the town. So I think that was one of the things. So therefore, Karnataka became home to Volvo. We entered in 1997. We acquired land, about 120 acres through KIDB. And I must admit that it took us just about 1 year, which was from today's standards very, very good. The government waived the stamp duty on transfer of land. We committed to invest about 1,000 crore. We have already invested much more than that. In fact, we have been repeatedly investing. And the great thing is that not only do we invest in Karnataka, we do not invest anywhere else. Karnataka is the only state where we have been investing. Sales tax exemption was given up to 2002, exemption of entry tax. So these were typical SOPs which we got. So how our journey started? We believe we have had 17 very impactful years in Karnataka and in India. We started with this Volvo truck facility in 1998. It was followed by the bus facility in 2007. And in 2013, we doubled the capacity of the bus facility in the same location. And in 2007 again, we created Volvo Construction Equipment, which is again our second biggest business today. Today, we are rightly positioned in all the growing segments of Indian economy. We have trucks, we have buses, we have Volvo Penta engines, we have Volvo Construction Equipment, and the industrial policy which came in 2014-19, for the period 2014-19 is quite interesting. It has a good aspiration to achieve an industrial growth rate of 12%, but of course a lot needs to be done to reach that level. To enhance the contribution of manufacturing from 17% to 20%, that's another vision by the end of the policy period. Attract investments to the tune of 5 lakh crore. I'm sure with this GIM, they must have already done about 20 to 30% of their target. Total to create employment opportunities for 15 lakh people, and to create an environment to enhance ease of doing business in the state. So these are interesting aspects of the policy. So let's look closer at Volvo Group in India in our 17 impactful years. So what have we done? To get here, we have been constantly investing in people, products, technology, processes, and services. And we have been aligning our priorities with national imperatives. For instance, skill development, environment-friendly products, focus on infrastructure development, helping urbanization, and safety has been at the core of whatever we do. And that's what is Volvo's typical core value, as you know. So we are represented today by 5 very strong brands in India, which is led by Volvo, which is our marquee brand, followed by UD, Eicher, Volvo Penta, and SDLG. These are the 5 brands which we have. We have, over the last 17 years, created a 360-degree footprint. As I said, after trucks, it was the buses, then the construction equipment, then Volvo Penta. Just about 2 months back, we have invested in an NBFC, which is Volvo Financial Services, with a capital of about 500 crores to retail finance. And this is also headquartered in Karnataka and not in Bombay or Delhi, which ideally are supposed to be the right places for NBFCs. Now, on top of that, we have a joint venture with Eicher, and we have about 2,500 people working on group truck technology. So engineers sitting in Bangalore, 1,000 engineers, they design trucks for the globe. For Volvo globally, we design trucks sitting out of India. So we do a great job on IP, on creating IP, on innovating and in inventing and developing and designing. Volvo IT, we do work for almost entire Volvo group sitting from in India. Volvo ACC, which is our accounting services, we provide invoices invoicing which is being done in Europe actually is being printed and done in Bangalore, is been processed in Bangalore. We have group telematics, we have group logistics services and shared services all sitting in Bangalore doing a lot of value add work from Bangalore. So therefore, we are making in India. We do about close to $1.5 billion out of India. We give direct employment to about 3,500 people and indirect employment to about 15,000 people in India today. Along with our joint venture, we provide indirect employment to about 25,000 people and direct employment to about 12,000 people. We not only make in India, we also export. Very proud to state today in front of this August gathering that the Volvo buses manufactured in Bangalore will, from this quarter, will be exported to Europe. These will be the buses, first time built in Bangalore, will be exported to Europe. We are driving change. We brought a new paradigm in public transport. We are trying to motivate people to leave their cars, sorry Shekhar for that, and move to buses. Okay. We design in India, as I said. We are enabling quicker, superior quality of infrastructure with all the products which we manufacture out of Bangalore. We are decongesting cities by encouraging people to take public transport. We are moving minds. what we have started again in Bangalore out of our Pinia facility. And this is affiliated to VTU University in Belgaum. So we are doing all this and more with energy, passion and respect for individual. That's the basic message of Volvo. So what next? They say the best way to predict the future is to create it. So our vision is to become the leader in sustainable transport solutions. We are very, very careful on the impact new technology growth has on environment. So whatever solutions we bring, we try to say that they are most sustainable. That's why we are taking electromobility route. In Europe, we have stopped producing diesel buses altogether. No buses which will run on fossil fuel, only electromobility. And that's the journey which we will see in India as well very, very soon. Well, we are taking cognizance of 5 mega trends which we believe is going to shape our future. One is digitization, economic power shift from west to east, widening economic disparity which is becoming a huge challenge, changing relationship between us and our planet. I mean, as per data available, we believe that we are consuming 1.4 times of what our planet can give us. So which means we are dipping into our future generations' resources, which is a sad story. And pace of urbanization. Now this is a reality. Urbanization is something which you cannot stop. This will happen. Let us see how we can make a smooth transition to urbanization. So all our efforts are focused on these 5 themes, and we will continue to bring in more and more from Karnataka. The next up is hybrid technology in our buses. So you will see at the end of this quarter, we are going to launch a hybrid bus. We are starting with Mumbai, Navi Mumbai. These buses will have a fuel saving of 50% and emissions also to that extent. So I think that's the first step before we go completely electric. In short, in order to make Karnataka an unmatched destination globally, I'm not even comparing with other states. Let's look at Karnataka versus rest of the world. What are the 5-6 things which we need to do? Ease of labor laws and related compliances with a spirit of fairness in employment generation, productivity and sustainability. I think this is very, very important. The contract labor laws, I think they're very, very important initiative which the government must usher in. Second, augment infrastructure. We have challenges with infrastructure. Bangalore, for one, has to be decongested if we want the magnet of Bangalore to continue to pull people towards the state. I think that is something very, very important. We have to look at, we have huge issues on tax, especially customs duties and rollout of GST. I know it is not a state subject, but when we are talking of Bangalore as a global destination, we have to look at even the central subjects. And government of Karnataka must facilitate central government in introduction of GST, simplify transfer pricing and import legislations. Skill development through private partnership and improve the effectiveness of single window clearance. I think this is very, very important. Karnataka Udyog Mitra is doing a good job, but I think they must have more teeth and they must be able to handhold new companies, especially the SMEs who want to come into India. Because at GIM level, it's a great, there is an euphoria, but when it comes to ground realities, there is a reality check. We must handhold those companies to be able to see their way through. With this, I think together we can move the world from Karnataka. Thank you very much.
Karnataka and Volvo, the bondage getting stronger and stronger year after year. Thank you, Volvo. Thank you, Mr. Kamal Bali. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, perspective from the Ministry of Heavy Industry and Public Enterprises. We have with us Mr. Viswajit Sahai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India.
Thank you. My colleague Naveen and Mr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, Mr. Krishnan and other dignitaries on the dais, dear friends. I am the representative. I represent not only Department of Heavy Industry, but perhaps also Government of India in this panel and in this session. Investment in Karnataka, well, we've all talked before the Kirloskars and the Toyotas of the world came to Karnataka. The government of India was the first one to really set up shop in Karnataka, starting with Hindustan Machine Tools, down to HAL, Bharat Earth Movers Limited, a host of DRDO organizations which have come up here, and other many scientific establishments, our very own CMTI. So, Government of India has had a huge connect with Karnataka, and we've obviously enjoyed a fantastic investment climate in this state, which is why we started here. And then we've allowed the state, laws or rules or facilitative rules were made to allow private sector to come in. And we are very happy to see that the turnout here and the overall enthusiasm which Invest Karnataka has evoked. We, as Department of Heavy Industry, we have one of our major public sectors here, which is HMT, which is going through a phase of restructuring. We are in the phase of closing down some of the subsidiaries, and we are trying to rejuvenate the other part, the machine tools part, and we are working at it. Among the major initiatives which I would like to talk about that we have taken vis-a-vis the machine tool industry, one of the issues with the machine tool industry was that there was no agglomeration of the industry, and it remained fairly widespread. I mean, there are select pockets in Karnataka which accounts for, I believe, 50 to 60% of the machine tool industry, and pockets in Gujarat, also pockets in Punjab, where the machine tool industry has come up, has thrived on its own. But there are a large number of issues of technology gaps, etc., which we are trying to address. A major initiative which has been taken between the Government of Karnataka, the Indian Machine Tool Manufacturers Association, and ourselves is the approval for setting up of a machine tool park near Tumkur. My friend and colleague Naveen is here, and he and us, we've been working together very closely on this project. This project has been in the works for some time, but finally, towards the end of last month, this was approved by the competent body for it. While my colleague Naveen is going to brief you more on it, but very broadly speaking, it's a 425 odd crore establishment, and we are looking at about 117 plots of land. So many industries, we are definitely looking at getting them together here. The Government of India is putting in rupees 125 crore, which would go towards subsidizing the cost of the plots which are made available. And within the industrial policy of the Government of Karnataka, we hope that we will be able to encourage some startups, smaller players, SMEs, as well as bigger players. We have been reasonably assured that it will be a state-of-the-art park, and we hope that with the dynamism that Karnataka government has exhibited, we hope that this will come about in a fairly short time. This has been in the works for several years, as Mr. Krishnan, etc. I think all these people have been through it. They've been through the mill. They know it. But this, we feel, is a major initiative, and which goes in sync with the Prime Minister's narrative of Make in India, as well as cooperative federalism between the center and the state. And we feel this is a major initiative, major step in the right direction for the machine tool park. We understand the clear connect between the auto industry, especially the auto parts, and the machine tool industry. And as some of the earlier speakers mentioned, that the fact that Karnataka is also a hub for the auto sector, apart from Chennai and Pune, which are not very far from here. I think a machine tool park of this kind, with such a large number of units all in one place, common facilitation centers, we look at setting up common testing centers, etc. CMTI themselves being here, they have their the testing center here as well, AMTT. So we are hoping that this is something that would be a major initiative, and it would tie up very well with the auto industry. Apart from this, insofar as the machine tool sector is concerned, we have been working very closely with industry. I've been seeing this particular charge for the last year plus, and I find that we have a lot of very, very close interaction with industry. We are setting up, there are, as I mentioned, a large number of technology gaps. We are looking to address these by, we've set up a center for excellence in IIT Madras, where 11 machine tool technologies will be developed, will be looked at. So this would be the first of its kind center, and this is again a small investment of 50 to 60 crore, which has gone into setting up this center of excellence. Apart from this, we are looking at working at involving the CMTI more closely. The director CMTI is here and his team is here. We are looking to involve the CMTI more closely with our machine tool development activities, technology activities. We are coming up with a capital goods policy, of which machine tools is obviously going to be a very important part. And in that policy, under that policy, we are seeking to bring about a much larger scheme for technology development in the capital goods sector as a whole, which includes the earth moving and construction equipment, which my friend Mr. Bali represents here. And we are looking at also enacting a legislation for the earth moving equipment sector. Off-road vehicles, those which are not covered by the CMVR Act, there are certain issues regarding that. We are also an act of that kind, legislation of that kind would look at addressing a large number of concerns of industry, apart from enforcing reasonable standards on the manufacturers and the operators. So there are several initiatives that are in the works. We are looking at involving HMT with the Fraunhofer, Germany, and they've already, two machines have been identified which are not produced here, for which we are assisting HMT in tying up with Fraunhofer. I've also advised them to draw up a technology roadmap with Fraunhofer for the HMT machine tools, which is going to be the area around which the revival of HMT will happen. So therefore, friends, there are several sectors where we are working together. Our involvement with Government of Karnataka is complete, and we are hoping to make use of the good investment climate and the good investment conditions in Karnataka to set up some of our own facilities. We look forward to working closely with the Government of Karnataka in the spirit of cooperative federalism. And I would like to thank you all for inviting me here and getting an opportunity to speak to you all. Thank you very much.
Working together and making it happen both for Karnataka and India. Thank you, Mr. Viswajit Sahai, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about Indian Machine Tools Manufacturers Association, and to enlighten us about this, we have the past president of IMTMA, Mr. Krishna.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. From IMTMA side, we are thankful to Government of Karnataka for having invited us to present the opportunities in machine tool industries for investment. Make in India is a serious initiative. All over the country, every state is pitching for it. If the dream of Make in India has to happen, we need a very, very strong machine tool industry. At the core of manufacturing activities lies machine tools, which are mother to the manufacturing. If you look at globally, major manufacturing economy, see it Germany, Japan, Korea, China, you will find a strong relationship, symbiotic relationship between existence of a strong manufacturing industry together with strong machine tool industry. I believe if the dream of manufacturing, make in India, has to come through, we need to build very strong manufacturing industry which will serve the needs of the country for many years to come. Machine tool industry is not just about machine tool, it's about the entire ecosystem of accessories, automation, and various other things together. This gives you a brief idea as to how the industry has been doing well in terms of demand, local production, as well as imports. 2011-12 had the highest demand in the country. Almost 12,000 crore worth of machine tools were consumed. Out of this, roughly I would say about 30% was locally manufactured. Balance was coming from outside the country, which means that there is enough headroom for local machine tool companies to come here, set up shop and grow. There is enough headroom available. Last few years, overall capital goods industry has seen a decline in terms of fortunes. But silver lining you would see here, if you look at the figure of 2014-15, the share of domestic machine tool industry has gone up significantly as a part of the consumption, which means that our weak rupee changed focus of local manufactured products. This has really helped Indian machine tool industry to increase the market share from a level of about 30% to almost level of over 40%. We are very confident in the industry. If this trend continues with the support from Government of India, we would certainly be well past 50% market share in the country with domestic, locally made machine tools. Now, this is about the past. How do we look at the future? Of course, this is, I would say, is a toned down, our barest minimum expectation of what we think will happen to the industry. 2011-12, when we were running at a peak, this number was not 17,000. We were looking at something like 25,000 crores. Last 2 years, because of slowdown in capital goods industry, we believe that we may probably reach at the minimum of about 17,000 crores in the next 5 years' time. But this is a very, very important growth. And we are talking about our aspiration is, can Indian machine tool industry cater to the major part of this 17,000 crore demand arising in the country? Assuming that we garner the maximum market share in the country, we are talking about industry moving from a levels of about 4,000 crores to a levels of 15,000 crore. Even if market share is not 80%, even if it is 70%, we are still talking about a numbers which is almost about 2.5 times of current levels, which again emphasizes the fact there is enough headroom for this industry to grow in the country. I just wanted to highlight one important aspect is, as a country today, our global standing is production. We are ranking in the 14th level in the country, in the world, and our consumption is ranking at 10. We are in the top 10 machine tool consuming country in the world. And when we talk about Make in India initiative, when we talk about more manufacturing goods, if machine tool industry will miss this opportunity to get maximum mileage out of this, we may not get one more chance. We need to certainly scale up and then move up of the order to become even stronger. From IMTMA leadership, our aspiration is our industry should be in the top 5 destinations for machine tool industry in the world. Top 5 consumer of machine tool industry in the world if Make in India initiative has to go through. And 25% of what we produce in this country should be exported to outside the country. This export is extremely critical parameter because this will help us to ensure industry is at the real cutting edge of technology. Product upgradation will happen. Exports will drive product upgradation, technology upgradation, and then ensure that industry is at the cutting edge of technology. Now look at the characteristic of machine tool industry. Characteristic of machine tool industry is a very, very highly skilled industry because machine tools are producing parts that are getting into components. Consequently, this industry needs to be very, very highly skilled in terms of skill orientation. The core of a machine tool industry is design. Is highly design-oriented activity. It is just not an assembly activity, it is a highly design-oriented activity. Traditionally, machine tool industry around the world has been driven, entrepreneur-driven. It's not really large corporation that drives the machine tool industry. It's an individual entrepreneurs who are passionate about this industry, about the machine tools. They drive the industry around the world. Industry has a very significant, if you look at any of the machine tool industry around the world, you will barely see them making all the parts in-house. They are dependent on supply chain. Supply chain is critical component of the machine tool industry. We need to have, you can't make machine tool in any location you want. The location needs to have the culture of precision manufacturing. Thanks to aerospace, industries like aerospace and automotive in and around Bangalore, aerospace probably was the reason why this precision manufacturing culture came into Bangalore quite early. Around the world, if you look at the geographies where machine tools are produced largely, they tend to thrive in clusters. If you look at Taiwan, if you look at Korea, if you look at China, you will always find that they are on clusters because their ability to create first of all a culture and ability to leverage on the common shared supply chain is much better. Hence it thrives on the in clusters. Just briefly to recap how Bangalore or Karnataka became a preferred destination for machine tool. It all probably started in the year 1953 when HMT came into existence. The industry owes a lot to HMT because the entire backbone of machine tool building capability in this country was built by HMT. HMT at different point of time had several technology tie-ups, collaborations, and then they made the place ideal for machine tool manufacturing. If you look at subsequently, you had companies like Mysore Kirloskar, BFW, Ace Designers, AMS, they're all leading the momentum. The catalyst for machine tool industry growth has been in the country, growth of auto components. Auto components drive machine tool industry. Today, if you look at it, very significant portion of machine tools what we make in this country get into auto components. The last 10 years, last decade of growth of auto component exports in the country has helped the country to thrive, grow into larger size. We also have today global companies who have set up the shop in India near Bangalore to manufacture machine tools. They are also helping the whole industry to scale up the technology levels. Another institution that helped to create a culture of machine building in Bangalore is CMTI. CMTI is an R&D organization established in the year 1965 with the aim to catalyze the development of critical technologies used in manufacturing industry, particularly machine tool. Now it has evolved into overall manufacturing technology, not necessarily restricted to machine tool. But we must acknowledge, when you create an institution like this, you create skills, you train people, you create an ecosystem where the machine tool design becomes a culture in the place. So this institution has certainly helped Bangalore and Karnataka to become where we have this availability of skilled engineers are there for machine tool industry today. If you look at today, there are several players in terms of machine tool industry in Bangalore, in Karnataka, making machining centers, grinding machines, lathes, inspections, special purpose machines, metal forming machines. Some of the manufacturers like ACE Designers, AMS, BFW, Micromatic Grinding, HMT, Penco, Oscar Micronics, Makino. These are all the leading companies which are already existing in the state of Karnataka near Bangalore. Now, along with machine tools, you also have accessories that go into machine tools. Accessories, tools, tool holders, attachment, and various other systems. We have manufacturers of tool turrets, rotary tables, bar feeders, spindles, deburring tools, molds, cutting tools, form tools, tool holders, special tools. Companies like UCAM, Fenwick, Ravi, Mevan, Mayfran, Pragati, Rajmane, Fanuc, etc. Cutting tools form a very important part of the ecosystem for machine tool industry. We have cutting tools, form tools, special tools, grinding wheels, CMM are made in Bangalore. Important manufacturers like Tegutech, Kerametal, Guring, Comet, Carl Zeiss, India. These are all the companies which are also producing in Karnataka near Bangalore. So this gives, if I just give you an overview, probably about 60% of the country's output of machine tool is made in Bangalore and Karnataka. You really have a pre-existing infrastructure, culture, skilled people, and supply chain available here for the industry to grow. We have a good market links. See, when HMT started here, you had an auto component industry in Chennai, and you also had an auto component industry in Pune. Bangalore was at the center. You had an ideal connection. Now with the connectivities in the country, machine tool industry in Bangalore is able to connect with customers across the country, whether it's an auto or auto component or windmill or power sector or any other industry. You also have several high-tech aerospace manufacturing industries around in Bangalore as well as in Hyderabad. This also helps the industry to grow in precision manufacturing. So current technology in the country, we have non-CNC machine, the proportion is coming down. Standard CNC machine, gear cutting machines, grinding machines, EDM, wire EDM, SPMs, presses, press bakes, pipe bending, hydro forming, servo presses, rolling bending, measuring technology, gauging drives, and controllers. Most of them are existing locally in the country today, and many of them are existing in Karnataka and Bangalore. So future technology, what we see in the time to come, multifunctional machine tools, multi-axis machine tools, high-speed, flexible machine tools, ultra-precision machine tools, heavy-duty machines, metal forming machines, and machine tool with advanced integrated controls and automation. These are all the kind of direction we believe industry will take in the time to come. Now, why Bangalore? As I mentioned, Bangalore already has the culture, precision manufacturing culture. It's already 60% of the output is coming from the country. Good, well-established supply chain is existing. Good connectivity logistics. Several leading educational institutions near about in Karnataka and Bangalore. You have institutions like CMTI. So all these makes choice of Bangalore, Karnataka as one of the ideal locations for growing the machine tool industry in the time to come. In this connection, IMTMA is working with Government of Karnataka and Government of India to ensure a cluster, new cluster machine tool park is formed in this part of the country as early as possible. This will give you further fillip for the growth of the industry in this geography. So we are all existing in Karnataka. We are doing business here. We are quite satisfied. We don't really claim that there are no problems. All that we can assure you is, accessibility of bureaucracy when you have a problem is very, very high in Karnataka. We can compare ourselves with the other states. When we say here, when we have a problem, ability to send an SMS, seek an appointment quickly, go and have a word, and then try and solve the problem. These problems are existing around the country. Small irritants are all the time there. They have not stopped. But what is important is your ability to access the right decision maker to talk about the problem and solve it. This accessibility, Karnataka gives you unparalleled advantage. People are very professional and accessible to us. So we are also, this is also one of the focus sectors of Government of Karnataka in the industrial policy as well as in promoting the industry in this state. So GOK can, first of all, we are going to have the machine tool park probably in the next 2.5 years or so roughly. We will also have a machine tool focused technology incubation center in association with industry in a PPP mode where the new companies, SMEs can come and set up and do the business quickly. Skill Development Corporation of Karnataka will offer special tailor-made courses in consultation with the user industry to support skilled, employable workforce for machine tool industry, upgrading existing tool room and creation of new tool rooms on a PPP mode for growing this industry. Another very, very important advantage is machine tool industry needs good professional exhibition center and exhibition. Bangalore is the home to IMTEX exhibition, which is one of the leading machine tool exhibition center exhibitions in this part of the world. BAEC offers excellent facility for machine to be shown to prospective customers in fully running condition. This offers again one more advantage to the industry based out of Karnataka. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. You will not regret setting up your machine tool industry in the state of Karnataka. Thank you.
A promising growth of machine tool sector in Karnataka, presented by Mr. L. Krishnan, past president, IMTMA. Thank you so much, sir. And now, may we request Mr. Naveen Raj Singh, sir, MD, KSIITC, to summarize and to give us the impressions and inputs about this auto and machine tool sector. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Morning, everybody, and dignitaries on the dais, participants of this auto and machine tool session. I will be putting a perspective, government's perspective, on how these two industries government looks at and the issues raised by our friends on whether it is ease of doing business and all other issues. I'll go one by one. I'll try to answer them. And if they are still not satisfied, we can have a one-to-one talk. I can talk to our bosses also and see to it that their concerns are taken care of, especially when they represent the whole industry. Whatever is coming from them is especially from the industry itself. So as Mr. Shekhar said, I'll go by the Toyota story. It is a very, very successful story so long as the government is concerned or the public as a whole or industry is concerned. When Toyota came, it became an anchor industry in that area. And with the help of that, whole of the surrounding area developed. I still remember there were issues raised at that time why the land is being given at such a cheap rate and such land is being developed. But now we are reaping the benefit. Public as such, industrialists, everybody around that area are reaping the benefits. There's a whole lot of jobs being created. Ancillary industries are coming up. Suppliers are coming up. So this is the thing that a big industry can bring to a particular region. And when the region develops, the whole area is affected. All Karnataka is developed. Now when people say Toyota, they say Karnataka. So that's our, it's a feather in the cap that we called Toyota. They came here. And not only they didn't stop at manufacturing. Now there is, the day before yesterday I was talking about this Biddi Industrial Area Association. Those people have taken up the development of the area, maintenance of the area amongst themselves. with Toyota taking the lead, all other industries have come forward and they're maintaining the area. Actually, it is the job of the Karnataka Industrial Area Development Board to maintain that area, but because it has become so huge, it's almost next to impossible. It's trying, but it's becoming impossible to maintain that area. Toyota came forward along with others. They made an association. Now they're maintaining the area. And with this experiment being successful, government is now keen to hand over such areas in all the industrial estates all over Karnataka to give it to the respective industrial association. The charges which are being coming to the government can be shared and which can be plowed back. Along with, we were talking about that CSR activity of each industry, the corporate social responsibility, that can also be plowed back and can be used for the maintenance of the roads, infrastructure and all these things. So Toyota in all sense has been a very true story, and I must thank him that he has been putting so much of faith in the government. They are growing leaps and bounds. They are putting more industry. Their capacity is increasing. We first saw Qualis, then we saw newer models of Toyota being coming out. Then Mr. Shekhar, after that Mr. Dinesh came. He represents FICCI. So we are always in touch with them. They are the mouthpiece of the industry. Mr. Dinesh has been in touch with us, with the additional chief secretaries. Whatever concerns they give, we sit back, we take it seriously, bring it to the take it to the various quarters. If need be, various amendments are also made in the law, and various policies have been changed depending upon the recommendation made by the various industrial association, whether it is a FICCI or ASHOCAM or CII, whatsoever. Then Vishwajit Sahai, he has come all the way from Delhi, and he has put some light on the earliest industries which came. If you remember 1947, there was no industry over here. So that was the time when government started its PSUs. And one of the PSUs that Government of India started was located in Bangalore, HMT. HMT is the cause that machine tool industry is so vibrant in Bangalore and around Bangalore. As Mr. Krishnan has said, 60% of the machine tool are in and around Bangalore. Why? Because that was the time in 1953-54 that HMT came, established itself. They started manufacturing all these machineries. And that is because of that we are in the world map, in map of India, that machine tool is here in Bangalore. Now HMT may be in red, but when Mr. Sahai was talking about HMT, I remember there is a song. A soldier, when it did its job, it said, there is a song which says, Kar chale hum fida jano tan sathiyo, ab tumhare hawale watan sathiyo. HMT did its job. Now it is Volvo and other industries who are going to come forward. That was the time when government came forward. All PSUs came. Now PSUs have done their job. They have lived their life. They did the job for last 60 years. Now the private sector should come. Government is ready to join hands with them in a PPP mode or any other mode by giving them more concessions. Government is always ready to help the industries. That is why such industrial summits are being happening everywhere. And let me tell you one new thing which has happened, so long as with Government of India has agreed to give us somewhere around 125 crores to make a machine tool park in Vasant Narsapura. It's really big. Let me tell you what it will help. We already have machine tool ecosystem over here. In Vasant Narsapura, which is somewhere around 90 kilometers from here after Tumkur, there is a National Investment and Manufacturing Zone. 15,000 acres of industrial area is coming up. It's a sort of a township. It will be a township in itself with all the residencies, machineries there. So in that 15,000 acre, somewhere around 550 is reserved for machine tool. So though machine tool will be manufactured over there, when we talked about this, the Government of Karnataka said, let us make it the world-class park. World-class park means wide roads, no road cutting, all the ducts, all the infrastructure facilities will be going through the ducts, no road cutting, green principles, recycling of water, solar energy tapping, rainwater harvesting, everything will be done. Cycle tracks, residential areas. So when this was conceived, the cost was coming very high. That is the time Government of India chipped in. They said, out of the 400 crores of the project, we will give you 125 crores for the infrastructure. So immediately the cost comes down. The cost will come down by about 30 to 40 lakhs per acre, which is a huge amount. So we are in touch with the Machine Tool Association, how the things should be taken forward. And this particular park is going to be a game changer in that area, because two more things are coming up in that park. One is a test and certification center. Again, we are requesting the government of India to give it to us. What does a test and certification center do? Let us say machine tool person, manufacturer makes a machine. He has to certify it. He has to put a stamp, ISI, BSI, whatever it is. So that is the certification center just next door. Within that area, he goes over there, gets his certificate, so that he saves the cost of transportation of the machinery. And then we have got a common engineering facility center. Let us say somebody wants some chrome plating to be done, or some electroplating to be done. There will be common facilities. So you go, everybody goes there, gets that thing done, and then take it forward. So these 2-3 things, we are in touch with Government of India. I am sure they have shown interest. They have shown that yes, they will definitely consider it, because it goes with the ecosystem. Ecosystem will not be complete till any of the part is missing. So these are the small jigsaw parts in the jigsaw puzzle which needs to be put into to make it a complete system. So Common Engineering Facility Center, Machine Tool Park, 15,000 acre of NIMZ area, and along with this on the side of it, besides this, one more thing, Japanese Industrial Township is coming, another 550 acre, just a common road. What will happen with that? Japanese people are bringing their own technology. Only Japanese companies will be given in that 500 acre. So they are just across. People who are working there are Indians. Those Indians will definitely, there will be a technology transfer. So that Japanese technology will definitely disseminate into other parts. The people who are working Machine Tool Park will definitely take some cue from them. So the whole system is complete now. With the Japanese Technology Park, NIMZ, Machine Tool Park, Test and Certification Center, Vasant Narsapura is going to be one vibrant place in coming 5 years' time. And then Mr. Krishnan said, this has been a heart of manufacturing. Machine tool. Machine tool is the heart of manufacturing. So till you have a machine tool to make a machine, you can't have any of the industry. So this, very rightly said, it is the heart of the manufacturing. And 60% is located in and around Bangalore. I was just looking at statistics. Our manufacturing is increasing from 3481 crore to 4230 crore in 13-14 to 14-15. It's going to increase. The moment all these industrial areas come up, one more thing is this corridor. From Bangalore to Mumbai, one corridor of 1,000 kilometers is coming up. In that 1,000 kilometer of the corridor, we have got 4 or 5 nodes, each about 10,000 acre. One 10,000 acre in Dharwad, already approved by Government of Karnataka. Another 10,000 acres in Belgaum, another 10,000 acres in Davangere, Chitradurga, 30,000 plus this 50,000 acres of development in a corridor which is along the national highway is definitely going to change the whole system. It's going to change people look at Karnataka in the industrial development. And along with this, the whole Bangalore gas pipeline is coming up. So all your energy needs will be fulfilled by this energy, the gas pipeline. So the whole system is coming up, and then another port is coming up in Tadri or in Belekeri. Now you are taking all your things to Chennai or Krishnapatnam. So the distance is very large. How do we solve the problem? Each rupee added makes you incompetitive in the international market. So what we are trying to do is, your port should be just stone's throw away. One of the ports other than NMPT and Karwar, one more port, big port is coming up, either in Belekeri or Tadri. The moment this port comes up, you take your products just down to and take it to the Western markets. So your travel time reduces, your cost of the transportation reduces, you become competitive in the market, in the international market. So these are the things that government has been thinking of. A lot of thinking is going on, people may not be knowing it, but slowly through these summits, we make the public know what are the plans that the government have so long as the industrial development is concerned. He talked about skill industry also. Skilling is again by Government of India also, and we also are putting a lot of emphasis upon. Our people, our students who come out should be industry ready. I am told by all the industry, wherever we go, they are not industry ready. They spend about an year and lots of money in making them industry ready. So government the Employment and Training Department and Government of India has been giving us freedom to tweak the syllabus and make their own syllabuses also. There are many ITIs which are bringing their own syllabus for specific interest. Let us say Toyota wants some welders, some 1 month training can be given. That is called Modular Employable Skills, MES. That courses have been started in various ITIs, private people are also running it. So let me tell you, from the government side, we have been doing our best. We have been going out of the way in relaxing the policies of the last 3 months. He touched upon labor issues also. Yes, in the last 3 months, there was a questionnaire released by Government of India to rank all the states in ease of doing business. Our labor department laws were really strong at that time. They were not as much friendly with the industry. But in the last 3 months' time, all those questions which are asked by Government of India, which were no, almost 70% have they become yes. So let me tell you, Labor Department is going also out of the way. They are trying to make it as simplistic as possible. So government is looking into all the holistic approach of what industry needs, whether the ecosystem for development of the industry is there or not. If you develop, India develops. So I promise you all that government is doing its best, and I thank all the dignitaries who have come over here, the speakers who expressed themselves, and all of you have come to listen to us. And if something is there, government is always open. We have got all the industry department. Khanij Bhavan is there. Come to 3rd floor, 4th floor. Commissioner also sits there. My seat is also there. Industrial Area Development Board is also there. So that has become sort of Udyog Bhavan. So please, if you have any grievance, please email to us. Come meet us directly. We'll be more than happy to look into your grievances and take care of them and solve them. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, due to shortage of time, we are skipping the question and answer session, but just one question from the former MD of KSIITC. So please.
Good morning to everybody. I would like to put a small question for Mr. Shekhar Vishwanathanji. One side, Sekharji, I think Government of India is encouraging, the entrepreneurs to go for large-scale production of automobiles in India under the Make in India program, with a right direction to make this India is a big brand in the entire globe. So on the other side is a Green Tribunal. Recently, the Green Tribunal at Delhi has passed, the judgment. It literally, discourages to go for the manufacturing of certain category of vehicles. So in view of the, the global warming and also environmental pollution. So the third point is, I think that is administrative authorities, So they are also putting a lot of restrictions to fly certain category of, the vehicles and the roads without understanding the crux of, this traffic jam and other things. So literally, these new entrepreneurs are a little bit scared. So how best, the automobile industry, how best these the young entrepreneurs will be encouraged?
Yeah, I think it's a very relevant question, particularly from an entrepreneurship point of view and from a national health perspective. I think first of all, the automobile industry and more particularly Toyota, we certainly don't want any cars or anything that will cause pollution and that will damage the health index of the country. And I think that we are committed to doing. Second, the fact that the National Green Tribunal and other statutory authorities have passed orders banning certain categories of vehicles. Clearly, we are going to appeal against such orders because it is affecting employment. It is affecting certain sets of entrepreneurs. And it is basically unfair that you ban certain classes of diesel vehicles while exempting certain other classes of diesel vehicles, because it cannot be anybody's argument that one class of diesel pollutes but another class of diesel does not pollute. I think the fact of the matter is that we have to see how modern the technology is in burning the fuel cleanly. And I think in that respect, we are engaged already in making representations to the authorities concerned, to represent to the Supreme Court and to the National Green Tribunal the fact of the matter where they should take out vehicles that are, BS1, BS2 category and BS3, and encourage vehicles that are the BS4 category. As far as entrepreneurs are concerned, I think as we make this plea to remove the older vehicles, entrepreneurs in the recycling business can be encouraged, because we need to encourage the second-hand car industry and the recycling industry in a very, very big way. For example, today, second-hand sales of cars is now going on only in the grey market. There is no organized formal market for it. And I think the government is also losing a lot of tax revenue as a result. Second, if we scrap vehicles, we have a scrappage policy. It will encourage the recycling industry so that we also can get value from old cars in terms of steel, in terms of substrate residue, in terms of some of the other metals that go into the making of a car. We can get that value out and in turn compensate the recycler for it. And it will also help industry in putting in newer vehicles, and it will help the cause of pollution also, because it will then reduce the levels of pollution obtaining in cities. So I think we need to come up with a holistic answer, and I think the auto industry is gearing for it, and Toyota, being the world's largest maker, is at the forefront of this exercise. I hope this answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And we thank our speakers with this memento presentation. May I request Mr. Naveen Raj Singh to do the honors, Mr. Viswajit Sahai, Mr. Kamal Bali, Mr. Dinesh, Mr. L. Mr. Dinesh, Mr. L. Krishnan, and Mr. Shekhar Vishwanathan. Thank you so much, sir, and let's hope and Mr. Gopi Kumar. And all the very best wishes for the auto. Thanks once again. And now we make way for the next session. This is a country session, and the focus will be on Germany. Please pardon us for this request, but time's up and we need to make way for the next session. May we request all the participants to kindly make way for the next session, please. Please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Hope my voice was audible. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Sorry, this is for the next session.
Germany country session.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. There's no change, ಎಲ್ಲ same ಬರ್ತಿದೆ. There is ಯಾರು ಏನು change ಇಲ್ಲ.
Change ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
Change ಇದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಇವಾಗ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
Coming up and out of time ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. AS. ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾರೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಏನೋ
ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You managed it so well.
Thank you.
In spite of the little glitch, but it's okay. You went on well.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎರಡು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ಓಕೆ ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಟೆಲ್ ದಟ್ 8 we need 8 chairs here 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 chairs.
Only 10%, 20%.
Illustrate. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we repeat our request. Please make way for the participants of the next session. And the coming session is devoted to Germany, country session, Germany.
Check otherwise. Yes, sir, you can connect. Here, no? Yeah, ma'am. उल्टा हो गया.
coming now? Okay. Now we can. That's fine. So what we'll do? That you remove. We'll remove it. Huh? It should not come here in the beginning. Huh? Huh? Okay. It should not come only. And then I have. Okay.
Once again, namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Session 2 of the second day at Hall 1, Invest Karnataka 2016. A hearty and most respectful welcome to each one of you present here. This is the country session, and the entire focus and spotlight is on Germany. And may we have all our respected speakers on the dais, please. Representation of Government of Karnataka, we have with us Commissioner for Commercial Taxes, Ritvik Pante. So hearty welcome to you, sir. Also with us on the dais as our eminent speakers, Mrs. Audrey D'Souza, Regional Director, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Hubert Rellert, President, IGCC, so please. Mr. Jan Rode, Consul General of Germany, Mr. John Kotel, Executive Director, State of Bavaria Office, Invest in Bavaria, Mrs. Anandi Iyer, Director, Fraunhofer Office, India, Mr. Volker Schmid, Head Asia Pacific, Festo Didactic SE, and also Mr. Harish Nachnani, National Sales Manager, Festo Didactic India. And this handbook on Invest Karnataka 2016 has illustrations, and it is in German language. This is now being distributed to all our speakers. It fetches you all the details in your language. Thanks so much. Once again, a hearty welcome, and over to Mrs. Audrey D'Souza, Regional Director, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Consulate of Germany and the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, I wish to welcome all of you to this meeting today. May I request people in the back to come forward? It may be, maybe it would be good for you to hear us. Today, the second day of Invest in Karnataka, we are here to present to you the German investment in Karnataka and to show you how best business has grown between Germany and Karnataka in particular. I especially would like to welcome Mr. Jon Roeder, the Consul General from Germany, who is here with us today. We also would like to welcome Mr. Hubert Reilard, the President of the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Managing Director of EFT Induction, a German company making high-tech machines in Bangalore. We have with us Mr. Ritwik Pandey, IAS, Commissioner for Commercial Taxes, who is with us here as a representative from the government. Thank you, Mr. Pandey, for sharing your time with us and being here with us today. A warm welcome to our speakers, Mr. John Kotail, the Director of Invest in Bavaria, and Anandi Iyer, the Director of Fraunhofer and Institute for Research. And we have with us two gentlemen from Festo, Mr. Volker Schmid. Welcome to Bangalore. He's just come in this morning. And Mr. Nachnani, who is also from Festo Didactic, who would cover training and vocational training in India made the German way. So today, we would like to draw your attention to the fact that Karnataka has a very good amount of investment in terms of machine building, manufacturing, automotive components, and IT as well. So with these few words, I would like to introduce our speaker, the first speaker for the day, Mr. Hubert Reilard, who would give you a picture about German investments in Karnataka. Mr. Reilard, the MD of EFT Induction, is an engineering graduate from Germany, but he has been in India since 1978 and is this year the National President of the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Reilard, may I request you?
Thank you, Audrey. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank the government of Karnataka for providing us the opportunity to talk about German investments in Karnataka and opportunities for Indian companies to invest in Germany. Karnataka is the second biggest investment destination for German-based companies after Maharashtra, and we have around 180 German-based companies of all sizes operating in Karnataka. We have big companies like Siemens, SAP, and Bosch operating in Bangalore and Karnataka. Bosch in India, earlier known as Myco, was founded back in 1951 and is a household name not only in this state. Out of its more than 26,000 employees in India, more than half of them are working in Bosch companies in Karnataka. The history of Siemens in India goes back to 1867, when Werner von Siemens personally supervised the laying of the first telegraph cable between London and Calcutta. By now, the company has a strong footprint in Karnataka. SAP Labs India has its biggest research and development center outside Germany in Bangalore, with more than 5,000 employees in Bangalore and more than 6,500 in India. The backbone of the German economy are small and medium businesses, and many of them have chosen Karnataka as their location in India. Companies like Lab Cables, Festo, my company, EFD Induction, and many others. Please allow me to list a few reasons why the investment we made 20 years ago by setting up a company near Bangalore was and is essential for the future of our company. These samples, I believe, are not only valid for our company, but maybe many of the companies of a similar size. Of course, we came to manufacture and sell our products in India to increase our market and to ensure growth for our company. That is not a very difficult reason to understand. One more important reason was to provide local service for our equipment in India, as well as using our service as a hub for Asia. In addition, we supply components and modules to our group companies in Europe at a lower cost and a higher quality than our previous suppliers to make our group more competitive in the world market. We use India as a manufacturing hub for other Asian countries like Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. We could add many Japanese companies in India and later in Asia to our customer base. This would not have been possible operating only out of Europe. These exports ensure income in euros or dollars and protects us against currency fluctuations of the rupee. Further, we provide engineering services to our group companies to reduce costs, to ensure that our products are suitable for the world market, and we act as a buffer for market fluctuations in Europe. We keep the employee strength in Europe at a medium level, and in case we get more orders in Europe than expected, we can provide support out of Bangalore. This has the advantage that we do not have to lay off colleagues in Europe in case the market in Europe is weak. As you can see from this just very short samples, we are not just here because we have lower labor costs here. We have many more and much more important reasons to be here. The software content in our machines will further increase, and our operation in Bangalore is an ideal location to support our group in these aspects. It made sense that Prime Minister Modi and the German Chancellor, Ms. Merkel, visited Bangalore last year in October. Since cooperation in the field of engineering and research will be a cornerstone of Indo-German cooperation, the visit to Bangalore made perfect sense. Please let me mention that the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce can celebrate the 60th birthday this year. The Chamber is an important body to support German investments in India and Indian investments in Germany, and provides a good framework for support, especially for small and medium-sized businesses. We have a good cooperation with the government of Karnataka, and we also want to thank the German consulate for facilitating the interaction with the administration of Karnataka to highlight and solve problems we may have to address once in a while. Keep in mind that problems like infrastructure, problems like power supply are often investment opportunities as well. Let me close with this remark, and let me repeat the slogan for this investment meet: Karnataka, where the future is made. And let me add, Indo-German cooperation will have a great future and will be of mutual benefit for both the countries. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Reilat, for highlighting the comfort of the German industry in Karnataka and briefly explaining about why German companies prefer Karnataka. We move on to the next. Like most of you here may also want to know about Germany and what opportunities Germany does provide in terms of Indo-German business. I would like to introduce Mr. Roder, Sir Jon Roder. He is the Consul General for the last 2.5 years. He studied economics, politics, modern history at the university in Freiburg, and later did his MA at Freiburg University. After completing 2 years of training, diplomatic training at the Diplomatic Academy in Germany, he has been in many different countries as a diplomat, including Jakarta, as well as Japan, and he is here now after his stint in Ottawa. So we know him as a dynamic personality, and I invite Mr. Roder to present to us Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues on the dais, after Hubert Reilat told you why it's great to be in Karnataka, I want to convince you why it's still and continues to be great and makes very much business sense to invest in Germany. And I will give you later 10 convincing reasons for that. First, I have to repeat the basic statistics. You know, Germany, the biggest country in Europe, with close to 82 million people. We have the lowest unemployment rates in Europe, besides Switzerland, with about 4.6%, according to OECD statistics. We have a balanced budget last year, this year. This is not true for many countries, and the growth rates for this year, for the last year and this year, are projected at close to 2%, which translates into per capita GDP growth of about $1,000. We have also the highest number of employed people for a long time. And now let me just shortly give you 10 reasons, there could be more, to be an investor in Germany. As I already said, we are the leading economy in Europe, with a centrally located and in the EU a market of 505 million people. We are at the same time also a global player. We have a investment stock of close to 600 billion euros, and Germany still ranks 7th in the world as FDI recipient. Germany also has a very high productivity. We have one of the highest rates in Europe. Our SMEs are the backbone of our economy. 80% of the labor force is employed there. And a lot of these SMEs are so-called hidden champions. They are market leaders in their respective area. I think of the worldwide 2,700 so-called hidden champions, more than 50% are from Germany. We have high investments by industry and government to push sustainable growth. I just mentioned green energy transition. At the moment, I said it at a panel yesterday on energy, 30% of our electricity already comes from renewables. We want to push it to 40% by 2020. We have, and we continue to have, a very strong manufacturing base. 25% of our GDP is generated in manufacturing, and that is one of the highest numbers in Europe. Also, when you compare our economy in ease of doing business, we are in the top 15. We are the fourth most competitive economy in the world, according to the World Economic Forum. Fourth reason, and most important in a more and more knowledge-based economy, we have an excellent workforce. There are two reasons: the dual education system, which skills even the non-academic part of the workforce. I think 80% are skilled. What is the result? Youth unemployment in Germany is also one of the lowest worldwide. Only 7% of the 17 to 24-year-olds are unemployed. Higher education, hundreds of universities or universities of applied sciences, an excellent R&D landscape. This is the basic feature, and especially education is free in Germany. There's no tuition. Reason number 5, also very important for a dynamic economy, first-class infrastructure. We are not only located in the geographical center. You can reach by plane from Germany every part in Europe in 3 hours, but also by car, I would say, in 24 hours. We are also host to most of the world's top-notch trade fairs, whether it's the Hanover Trade Fair, where Prime Minister Modi and Chancellor Merkel were last year to open the Hanover Fair, with India being a partner country. But you go to the auto show, to the CeBIT, the computer fairs. This is a tradition in Germany, and that is the place to be. 6, and I mentioned that already, the power of innovation. Germany commits about 3% of its GDP to innovation. A lot of that is done in companies. 70% of our R&D expenditures does originate in the private sector. And just when you compare the numbers, Germany commits 3%. I think the figures are for the UK, Canada, approximately a bit more than half of that. And you have institutions like Fraunhofer, where you do applied research. Fraunhofer India, Ms. Anandi Iyer, who is sitting on the dais, will talk later to you about what they are doing here. Then we have a range of incentives to support investors, not only the federal government, but also the state governments. And here, my colleague John Cotterill from Invest in Bavaria will give you some concrete examples. Then, 8th point, a secure investment environment. First, we have a solid base, efficiency of a legal framework. Again, here I like to mention ranking. I think we are ranked worldwide when it comes to efficiency of legal framework, pace of setting up a business, IP protection. Also, we are ranked second. Protection from corruption. Germany is not corruption-free, but, corruption happens everywhere. But you can expect to do business without any unlawful interference. Number 9, competitive tax conditions. We offer one of the most competitive tax systems among the big industrialized countries. The average tax burden is about 22 to 29%. And last but not least, quality of life. You know, when you see these rankings, most attractive cities, 5 of the most attractive 20 worldwide cities, according to rankings, are in Germany: Munich, Düsseldorf, Frankfurt, Hamburg, Berlin, and so on. The high quality of life, you know, I could go on: clean air, clean water, and so on, and easy connectivity for all. The real estate costs, and this is also important for investors, are a fraction what you have in other big European countries, cities like London or Paris. I mentioned that already. Also excellent education system, university infrastructure, which is top-notch, and easy connectivity also to industrial R&D research. Let me conclude by saying some words about the digital economy. It was already said, Chancellor Merkel came to Bangalore. The next industrial revolution is around the corner. Automation, I think also here German companies lead in that field, whether it's Bosch, Siemens, or Festo. We are trying very hard to stay on top of the field. And if you do business in Germany, you can be part of that story. So I think I've given you enough reasons to not stay away and to come to Germany. And I can only appeal to you, don't miss the train to open a business. And on a light note, there's always this image of Germans of being hardworking. I have to say, I should say it's true, being the Consul General, but we also have a lot of vacation, 30 days, I think the average German per year. But I can assure you, machines never stop working. We don't have power holidays as in some other places, so the machines will always work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rode, for your interesting narration on how India and Germany can do business together. We have now with us John Kotail, Executive Director, State of Bavaria, India Office. Mr. Kotail is the Chief of the India Representative Office of the State of Bavaria since its inception in Bangalore in the year 2001. Mr. Kotail has been playing a significant and pioneering role in promoting and strengthening bilateral trade relationship between the states of Bavaria and India. During the period from 2002 to 2015, the bilateral trade between the two regions has increased significantly from euro 731 million to euro 2.3 billion, and the Office of State of Bavaria has played its part to a large extent. The State of Bavaria signed an MOU with the government of Karnataka in the year 2007, and for the past 7 years, Bavarian Trade Office has been in the forefront in organizing various economic, social and cultural events, strengthening the relationship between Bavaria and India. With the support of the Bavarian office, around 70 Indian companies have already successfully established their office in Bavaria. So, may I now request Mr. John Kotail to tell us how Karnataka and Bavaria look towards the future.
Mr. Hubert Reilat, President, IGCC, Mr. Jon Rode, Consul General, Mr. Ritvik Pandey, IAS, Commissioner, Commercial Taxes, Mrs. Anandi Iyer, Director, Fraunhofer Office, India, Mr. Volker Schmidt, Head Asia Pacific, Festo Detective, Audrey D'Souza, Regional Director, IGCC, distinguished participants. It's a great privilege to be here with you this afternoon. A very good morning to each one of you. I'm extremely thankful and obliged to the Government of Karnataka for giving us this unique opportunity to present you about Karnataka and Bavaria Partners for Growth at this Invest Bavaria Summit 2016. The relationship between Germany and Karnataka has been there since independence, and the state of Bavaria, the economic powerhouse of Germany, established its office in the year 2001, and since then, our relationship has been growing from strength to strength. My brief presentation would highlight the following things. A small overview about Bavaria, a general introduction, the relationship between Bavaria and Karnataka, and key sectors which are of common interest to both the states, and of course, the services of our office in Western Bavaria here in Bangalore. You heard from Consul General Rode more than 10 reasons why Germany is the most attractive destination for international investors and also for Indian investors from here. For the all high-tech sectors, the best quality of life, infrastructure, he has mentioned many things. I would like to showcase, as we know Karnataka has its excellent strengths in so many areas. Likewise, in Bavaria, we have that counterparts where we can create a synergy and create excellent relationship. So let me start with this few information about Bavaria in the first slides. As we heard, Bavaria is the most dynamic state in Germany. Germany's largest state and Europe's 7th largest economy. If you think of the 24 international countries in the European Union, this state alone is the 7th largest economy last year. This is an ideal investment destination and gateway to Southeast and East European markets. So the number one state, what the size is concerned, population with 12.6 million people, and GDP has 521 billion. Bavaria has a strong economy. It is prosperous, growth-oriented, competitive, innovative, very dynamic, productive, and stable. If you see the unemployment rate, it is much less than the average of European or other states. Why it is a perfect location for investment from all over the world? It provides political stability. It's an ideal geographical location in the heart of European regions with strong economies like other states, Baden-Württemberg, Austria, Switzerland, and northern Italy next to it, and effective administration and investor-friendly policies. And it also offers resources in terms of skilled labor, workforce, research and development, customer-based potential, and excellent government support. Good infrastructure, as already mentioned by the Consul General, be it road, rail, air transport, or broadband network. An excellent research landscape. 11 universities, more than 17 universities of applied science, 11 Max Planck Institutes, 9 institutes of the Fraunhofer Society, and 3 other major research establishments. That ecosystem for research and innovation is provided in this state. And world-famous conglomerates such as Adidas, Puma, BMW, MAN, Siemens, EADS, Allianz, Munich Re, to name a few, all these are Bavarian companies headquartered in the state. And global other players such as Google, Microsoft, General Electric, Porsche, Huawei, and Wipro, Infosys, L&D, Dr. Reddy's, and to many other renowned market leaders who have found Bavaria as the ideal location for their German and European markets. As already heard, small and medium-sized companies makes the backbone of the German industry, and that is the same case in the state of Bavaria too. And it render about 40% of the annual economic performance and more than 50% of the annual investment in the state. We see the ecosystem for the SMEs, and the economic policy of the state is always focused on this SME sector to make them vibrant and to make them international also. That is one of the key focus of the Bavarian economic policy, to make these SMEs global, and they are hidden champions, excellent products and services they provide. We have more than 400 Bavarian and Indian joint ventures in India today. 1,500 Bavarian companies do business with India, and exports to India from Bavaria is 1.3 billion, and Bavarian imports from India is 1 billion. If you see the educational cooperation, innovation goes hand in hand with education and research together. So we have 30 partnership between Bavarian and Indian universities, and most of the universities are excellent cooperation with universities from Karnataka too. And we have an Indian Bavarian Competence Center at the University of Hope, they have also one center here in Bangalore. A strong presence of Indian community in Bavaria. You won't miss India if you are in the state. We have more than the second largest Indian community, from the high-tech sector live in the state. And Indian restaurants, you will see more than 75 restaurants only in the state. And for the vegetarians, there are more than 23 vegetarian restaurants too. And common sectors of cooperation between Bavaria and Karnataka. We have a lot of similarities. That was the reason why Bavaria decided to have its office long back in 2001 in the state of Karnataka. Karnataka welcomed the suggestion from the Bavarian state, and since then we have excellent cooperation. And some sectors I just want to showcase, which are the areas where we can have excellent cooperation and synergy. IT, where both regions are strong, aerospace, life science, automobile, auto components, and innovation in all sectors, food processing, engineering, and machine tools. If we tend to look into the automotive industry in the Bavarian state alone, it has a turnover of more than 104 billion, and 180,000 people are working there. Excellent research institutions, more than 26 research institutions are there only related to the automotive industry, and 1,100 supplier companies, and more than 67% is exported from the state. The names which are well known in Bangalore and in India, the OEMs from Bavaria, Audi, BMW, MAN. And in every counties and districts of the state, you will see excellent companies, catering to this automotive lifeline. Electronic and electrotechnics, engineering, IT, software, whatever it is, all sectors, supply chain for the automotive industry is provided not only in the center, the capital city Munich, but in all the other regions too. More than 1,100 automotive component companies, supply companies from all over the world. There are also a few Indian companies there who have established their presence there. And if you look at IT, Bavaria is Europe's number one ICT location, much ahead of London, Paris, or any other cities. And within Germany also, ahead of all other cities, this is ranked as the number one in Europe today. 40% of German IT companies are based in the state. Around 35,000 ICT companies are there, total small and big and SMEs together. And more than 380,000 employees develop, produce, and sell goods and services from the entire ICT spectrum. And Digital Bavaria, when we know our Prime Minister has started Digital India initiative, and this was started 2 years back in the state with a $1 billion program, €1 billion 5-year program by the state government to make the industry and the life in the state for its people more to pace with the fastest development in the IT sector. And they have a lot of international competence center which they have created there, incubation centers to promote startups in the state. This is number one startup center too today in the digital sector. A small glimpse in the biotechnology. That is also 350 biotech companies are in the state. More than 3,380 employees. The main focus of the biotechnology in Bavaria is on developing new therapeutics and diagnostics. We'll see, be it automotive, IT, biotechnology, with Karnataka, a lot in common. Some of the major companies in the state. And this is interesting. I told you that SMEs are the focus in every region. They have created also, like for IT sector, for biotech incubators in everywhere. Be it Würzburg, there are number 22 companies there. Martins Reed, Erlangen, White Stefan. So this provides for international companies also a platform to look at the state and to do the business with immediately. With a lot of state support is provided for small and medium-sized companies from all over the world. A small look into the aerospace in Bavaria, be it space systems, civil aircraft, helicopter, military aircrafts. In all these sectors, Bavaria has a strong foothold. More than 550 companies are in the state, more than 60,000 employees, and around 7 billion annual sales in the processing industry. This is a very vibrant sector. We had once a delegation from Bavaria here in Karnataka. We had excellent cooperation and projects running in this sector. Some major companies in the state from the aerospace sector. And this is what are the main challenges and trends in the space travel in the state? Satellite navigation, Earth observation, rocket systems, electric satellite propulsion systems, data relay systems, and optical communication. Those who are into aerospace sector here in Karnataka, Bavaria provides an excellent platform for cooperation. Bavarian companies in India, we have heard we have a great number of German companies here, but the Bavarian companies based, traditionally they were looking at India as a major investment destination. Companies like Audi, BMW, MAN are also the main names which are homegrown here, we can say. Puma, Adidas, we live and wear these things in daily life every day. We have 24 Bavarian companies who have their presence in the state here, and there are a great number of companies who are looking for cooperation and joint venture here in the state. We have also a lot of Indian companies, as mentioned, a great number of Indian companies from different verticals have set up their operations in the state, and this is a excellent hub for the set reasons why they look for Bavaria as the destination for the German and European business. And what do we do from our office in Bangalore? Invest in Bavaria India office, we provide all support and information for the Indian investors. We guide them, we put them with the right partners and networks in Germany and in the state, to expand their business horizon to be it in Germany and Europe, and starting from the best location there in Germany. We have facilitated, as we have said, more than 70 Indian companies to establish their business in Bavaria, and has been promoting Bavaria as the ideal investment destination throughout the country by organizing several interactive sessions and seminars from time to time, providing information about the economy and opportunities there. Just to give a feedback, where the two ministers started the operations, that was the IT minister from both states who came together in 2001 and started the India operations. Since then, we had 16 political delegations from the state of Bavaria to Karnataka and India, and a great number of CEO delegation and other cultural delegation, which has strengthened this relationship in a very stronger way. In 2012, Bavaria was also the partner state for the Global Investors Meet. We had a lot of important delegations from the state of Karnataka to Bavaria too. The former Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, and Industry Minister, and many other delegations from the officers level. And recently there was a high-level delegation from Karnataka government led by the then Chief Secretary, Mr. Kaushik Mukherjee, and the Commissioner Industries and the Principal Secretary from here to the state. This was the signing of the MOU between the two states in 2007. And in 2009, we signed an action plan in concrete 6 areas where they strengthened the relationship. And also we have a steering committee in both states to take it forward. In 2012, Bavaria was the partner state. Our Deputy Chief Minister and the Economic Minister was here and had a political delegation with all the counterparts here. So this is the recent visit, the Karnataka delegation in the May 2015. This is just to showcase, and this another delegation, who is promoting in other department, not only the industry department, the home ministry, and many other different ministries of two states come together for cooperation and joint projects. So Bavaria was always, Karnataka was always in the middle of our marketing activities in Germany too. I market Karnataka and India more in Germany than I market Bavaria here in India. And our services, as I mentioned, this is the first point of contact for investors in setting up business in the state in Bavaria. We, being a global agency, act locally, providing service tailored to meet potential investors' individual project requirements, which is comprehensive, customized, confidential, and free. We don't charge any money for our services. We provide information, site search, and contacts. These are things, but we have an excellent backup system in the Munich ministry. Once you are there, they will support you, handhold you, and put you with the right partners in the state. And, when we look at a new investment destination, we need a lot of information. Like if a company comes to Karnataka, Udyoga Mitra is there, they are providing excellent service, or other agencies. Likewise, we do provide suitable location, information, networks for all the companies, all the information that the companies are required. Bavaria has 23 international offices. The one in India is based, as we know, here in Bangalore, and we are proud of that, to be in Karnataka, in Bengaluru. So, welcome to Bavaria. This is a great place to do business, and I thank each one of you for your kind attention. And we are based in Bangalore, in Prestige Meridian. If you want any information, please contact us at any time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John, for highlighting the strengths of Karnataka and Bavaria and presenting how made for each other the two states are, and they are the partners for growth. Now, as it was shown yesterday at the inauguration, innovation and research are very essential for growth, and Karnataka has taken it as its main objective to promote startups along with innovation and research. The next session would be from Fraunhofer, the well-known research institute in Germany. So we will now project R&D ecosystem in Karnataka, which fosters innovation and growth, and how Fraunhofer has been successful in the state. Ms. Anandi Iyer has been with Fraunhofer since its inception, and since its inception of the Bangalore office in India, and she will lead us through how successful Fraunhofer has been and how they can help in innovation and research.
Thank you very much, Audrey. Mr. Roder, Mr. Patak, Mr. Railad, distinguished delegates on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you. It's my pleasure to talk about the Fraunhofer, one of the leading innovation ecosystems in the world. And my presentation today will draw a parallel to Bangalore. As we heard yesterday, it is also a fantastic ecosystem of innovation and education. It is very interesting to note that innovation doesn't happen in isolation. Innovation doesn't happen by chance. It is something that happens because of a system, and it happens because there is a method of getting to an idea and taking it to completion. Fraunhofer is an excellent ecosystem which takes research from the laboratories to the market in the shortest period of time, thereby crunching the innovation life cycle and bringing products, processes faster into the market, thereby bringing a country's GDP to its to the highest potential in the fastest manner. Can I have the first slide, please? You have there's nothing here. Many of you might have seen this. This is the MP3 software, but what many of you may not know, that the software was invented by Fraunhofer and then taken to the rest of the world. Similarly, a very interesting example, talking of Germany, you can't stay away from football. For several years, the players were plagued by the fact that they were not clear whether the ball hit the goal or did not. Fraunhofer invented in the last championship a sensor which was ingrained inside the ball, which proved whether the ball hit the goal line or went into the goal, thereby making a huge contribution to football. to the game of football. Now, why I'm showing you these examples is to say that innovation is not restricted to manufacturing or the traditional fields, but it actually encompasses any part of life, whether it's a process, whether it's a service, or it's a product. In that sense, Fraunhofer has become an inspiration for many people. If you look at this slide, I will not go through it, but it will show you that starting from various nations to even within the German landscape, Fraunhofer is seen as an inspiration of applied research. Of course, you have basic research and you have applied research, and the two are different in the sense that basic research works towards bringing science and technology to its frontiers and pushing the envelope, whereas when you talk of applied research, you're looking at taking that research into the economic and technology landscape and trying to see how is it of value to the society. And therefore, like one of my ex-presidents always used to say, if you want to get a Nobel Prize, you go to the MPG, which is the Max Planck Gesellschaft, but if you want to increase your business, you come to the Fraunhofer. The Fraunhofer works largely with the industry. So 70% of our clients are from the industry who contract research services to us, and 30% is given by the government of Germany in order to keep that innovation life cycle extremely style, and thereby investing in areas which industry would be hesitant to invest because the return on investment is probably not as secure as it would be in areas where science is already in the implementation domain. And here I can also say that even India is looking extremely closely at Fraunhofer in the last 5 to 6 years that we have been present in India. We receive various inquiries from industry, but also interestingly the government is coming more and more to Fraunhofer to ask us how do we create an ecosystem in India that supports the dialogue between industry and academia and brings them closer. I'd like to take you through the profile of Fraunhofer to explain to you how this ecosystem works, and then look at how does Karnataka feature in this ecosystem. If you see, we have not just one institute under the brand name of Fraunhofer, but actually 80 research units that function under this ecosystem, covering an entire spectrum of the industry, from ICT to manufacturing to renewable energies, new materials, even science, even biotechnology. And each of these institutes is dedicated to a respective application, and then you look at that application in a very cross-functional manner. We have more than 23,000 employees, most of whom have advanced degrees in science and engineering, and they function not only as researchers but also as marketeers, taking technology to the industry. We have an annual turnover of about 2.1 billion euros, and as I said, 70% of that comes from the industry in the form of projects. And indeed, that is one very important parameter for a Fraunhofer Institute to stay under that brand name. If an institute is not able to generate between 50 and 70% of its operating income through industry-driven projects, there is a very good chance that the institute may either be closed down or be amalgamated with a similar institute. So therefore, we do not have the comfort of knowing that there is money coming in from a government source or a public entity, but we have to generate this income on our own. And I think this is a very, very important differentiation between R&D institutes in India and applied R&D institutes in the world, where they have to actually prove that there is a business case for their work. We have a very international footprint. If you see, I will show you in later slides. We are present not only in Europe, but also in the United States, Asia, and the Middle East. Now let's look at the position of the Fraunhofer within this innovation ecosystem. And you will see immediately the difference again between the Indian ecosystem. We have universities all over the world that provide excellence in education, but also perform a lot of basic research. On the other end of the spectrum, you have innovative industries that utilize the results of this research. But it is very often the case that basic research results that arise out of a university are not ready immediately for the industry to pick up and implement. There comes the role of RTOs, or research and technology organizations like the Fraunhofer, who pick up the basic research, create a package around it to bring it to the industry, and actually go through the process of iteration, thereby making it ready for the common man or the marketplace. That shows you how the research and the innovation cycle works. Now let us take a concrete example of the LED lights, which is also a Fraunhofer invention. You will see that there was fundamental research from universities that looked at the challenge of efficient light emitting diodes. But it was the Fraunhofer who created an illuminescence inverter or a converter that took out the yellow light and the blue light and converted it into white so that it was visible to the world. But who brought it to the marketplace? It was companies like Osram and of course many more now that have taken the patent and converted it into a commercially viable product. So this is how the ecosystem in Germany works. What is missing in India is this RTO, which converts basic research into applied research and brings it in the shortest period of time to the marketplace. Of course, you have a lot of the CSIR labs, but they are still largely funded by the government. There are some 10 or 20 labs that are increasingly driving towards the marketplace, and I think that's the right trend to go. Some of the amazing facts of Fraunhofer, like I said, we are an ecosystem and not just one institute. We are inventors of many path-breaking inventions like the MP3 software, the white LEDs, but also a striking part of our ecosystem is that our institutes, particularly the manufacturing institutes, can go right up to zero batch production. So when a client comes to us, we not only tell him what the innovation can do or give him a prototype, but actually produce that first 25,000 pieces or the batch production and thereby prove the techno-economic feasibility. And hence, as you can see, we cover the entire commercial loop from research to application. And why are we able to do this? Because the institutes have better equipment many a time than even the industry. So our equipment is 2 to 3 years ahead of the industry. We can produce in small batches, which many industries cannot do. So there is a very compelling business case for industries to come to us and outsource that research to us. To do some number crunching, we do about 6,500 projects a year. So it's obvious that we do not play only with the big players, but like John also said, SME is a very, very important part and an integral part of the innovation ecosystem in Germany. So naturally, they are our partners too. Again, number crunching, for every working day in the Fraunhofer, we file 2 patents. That shows you the importance we place on IPR and patents. And an interesting fact that I'd like to highlight here was the ex-president of Fraunhofer was the manager of the year in 2010. Many of you might remember that the global industry went through a very deep recession in 2009-2010, and Germany was indeed one of the countries that sprung back within 8 months. Apparently, and Wirtschaftswoche, which is one of the leading magazines of Germany, carried Fraunhofer on its front page, saying that the real subsistence package for Germany was Fraunhofer because we helped the industry to become economically resilient through innovation. And that shows how deeply embedded the relationship between industry and research organizations in Germany is, that the president of Fraunhofer, a research organization, gets a corporate award. That shows the fantastic relationship that we share. Now, very quickly, the profile, like I told you, we have so many institutes, so each of these institutes fall within a sub-sector of the industry, and it is a very loose relationships where we work together for the client. So the client comes to one institute but gets the advantage of reaching out to many more institutes. Our location in Germany, we are 67 institutes, so it's obvious we are very spread out, but also in the world, as you can see, we have several offices, including India, and where should we be but Bangalore? The innovation clusters are an important part of the innovation ecosystem. Like I talked to you earlier in the beginning of my presentation, innovation doesn't happen by chance. You need an ecosystem to foster innovation. You need stakeholders to come together to propel innovation. And that's exactly what Fraunhofer does in 23 different areas where we coordinate multiple stakeholders to bring innovation fastest to the front. These are some of our innovation clusters. I'm sure you'll find this on our website. I won't go into details, but these are the reasons why we are able to propel innovation within a very shortest period of time. I will take you through India. What are we doing in India and why are we in Bangalore? In India, over the last 7 years, we've been able to generate a fair amount of interest in applied research. When we started our work in India, the big question that loomed large in front of us is India ready for applied innovation? Are they willing to pay organizations like Fraunhofer to do research for them? There were a lot of cynicists who told us that Fraunhofer does not have a good business case in India purely because Indian companies are not innovative, they don't do R&D, and they certainly don't pay for innovation. But I think we've busted a huge myth. Over the last 7 years, we have been able to generate a huge interest in applied innovation, thereby evangelizing the applied research ecosystem in India. But more importantly, we've been able to generate more than 10 million euros worth in contract purely from Indian companies, which proves that if Indian companies are given results for innovation, they will pay for it. I will take you through why we are in Karnataka. It is the ideal destination for R&D. There is hardly another ecosystem in India, maybe Pune, which has a congregation of academic excellence centers, industry clusters. The names are mentioned here, I won't repeat them, but also, like Mr. John Welch said, it has intellectual capital. So we are not talking just of a money arbitrage or a commercial arbitrage, we are talking of a value arbitrage which Bangalore is able to offer. And therefore, when Fraunhofer decided to establish a base in India, it didn't take much time to decide that this is where we need to be. I think Karnataka and Fraunhofer have immense opportunities. There are infinite opportunities. We need to look at how can innovation be propelled, and I'd like to leave you behind with 3 thoughts on how this can be taken forward. One is that any innovation requires a clear strategy and objective. We in Fraunhofer believe that innovation doesn't happen by chance. You can see the key technology drivers from the German point of view, and if you compare that with Karnataka, I don't think we are far behind because exactly these are the areas that Karnataka has its strengths in. The second part is the best team available and the best working conditions. We have heard this ad nauseum between yesterday and today about the intellectual capital of Karnataka, about the weather, the schools, the universities, even music and culture that Karnataka has to offer. And like we said, inventors should be treated as pop stars of the industry. When you see the startup culture in India, in Karnataka, I think that quite proves that point. And finally, there has to be a determination to succeed. Unless that can be demonstrated, and yesterday's event and the showcasing of some of the initiatives taken by the government of Karnataka is one step in that direction. But I would like to leave this audience with the thought, which is the last one, and I hope that this will be taken forward, is the constant loop of results. Unless we are able to look back and see what these initiatives have actually brought out in reality, I think we'll be missing a very important part of this picture. And I hope that as we go back day after tomorrow and over the next year before the Invest in Karnataka takes place in 2017, we also look back and see how many of these initiatives have actually resulted in concrete actions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anandi, for showing how Karnataka is on the threshold of creating the ecosystem that is absolutely essential for innovation, which India needs at the moment. Moving forward, we know something else that is that India definitely needs, and that's vocational training. And as you are aware, Germany does offer a dual training system, which is world famous, based on the fact that learning is best when you do it. Today we have with us Mr. Volker Schmid. He is an engineering graduate in mechatronics and automation from Esslingen University in Germany, with postgraduate studies and living experience in Singapore and Asia during the past 17 years. He's currently holding the position of Head of Asia and Pacific for the company of Festo Didactic, being the educational arm of the company Festo. Festo India has established themselves in India for the past 20 years and is a very successful German company in the in the sector of automation. During the past 13 years, Mr. Schmid has been developing the educational market for Festo Didactic in Asia, Middle East, and some parts of Africa, supported by various publications in the field of curricular design, holistic approaches of training, and excellence centers, as well as others. That's what we need for India to adapt the system to suit the country's educational system as well as the needs. And we have with him his counterpart in India, the head of Festo Didactic here, Mr. Harish Nachnani, who is a familiar figure to us for the past few years in vocational training in India. May I request both of you to come to the
Thank you very much, Ms. Sosa. Our distinguished colleagues on the dais, our distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to you. And it's a great pleasure of mine being here. So once again, thanks to the organizers to make this happen. I will not make a complete presentation. We will do a kind of dialogue session right after some references. And I'm very glad that India has made a good move towards vocational training in recent years. And I will give you some good examples. And, well, one of the best examples we have in the audience as well, Mr. Bandari from GIZ, who is also having a Karnataka German Technical Training Institute here in Bangalore. So let me quickly go through the presentation. I will not go through the slides of Festo in particular, because some of you may know Festo, some of you may know that we are one of the leaders in industrial automation. But very interesting is, when we look at Festo India, here in Bangalore, we are present since 53 years. So we have a long history in the lovely southern part of India, in the state of Karnataka, and just last year we also celebrated 75 years of the owner family of Stoll and the family of G.D. Naidu here in Bangalore. That's why we are in India such a long time. It's based on a family relationship, which we are very proud of, making us making us very proud to have our first subsidiary in Asia Pacific here in India. Also very important is that apart from automation, Festo is very active when it comes to training, when it comes to consulting, when it comes to establishing training centers. So apart from the support for the institutions, we are also operating 7 own training centers all across India, mainly focusing on industrial participants. As I already mentioned, we have wonderful references all across the country. Here is one From the northeastern part, it's C.V. Rahman College in Bhubaneswar, wonderful installation when it comes to process automation. Also in Bhubaneswar, we have a wonderful training institute providing short courses for employment operated by ILF&S. Here, the focus is more towards electrical engineering, electronics. However, we are also keen to start at a very early stage to promote technology, and I think this is something that we need to foster more. Knowing India, and since we speak about Germany, Germany is a very technocratical country. The vocational training has a history of more than 500 years. So children are more or less born having certain skills, whereby in India, we need to start at an early stage to develop ideas, what is skill, what is training, what is vocational training, and this is the reason why we are also promoting STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and here we are starting at secondary school level, opening up the minds of the young kids, also to create awareness, what to study, what to learn in the future. And these are just 3 examples, and further will follow. And now I'm glad also to invite my colleague, Mr. Harish Nachnani, to join me here for our dialogue session. And since we are having also members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry with us, let me start with one reference which has been recently launched over the past 2 years, which is the VET-Net. So, Mr. Harish Nachnani, what is VET-Net and what would be their approach concerning dualistic vocational training?
We all know the dual vocational training system from Germany, which is gaining a lot of popularity not only in India, but in many countries across the world. And many countries are trying to learn from it. And the very basic of it, what people see is how the dual vocational training from Germany, how it has contributed to the German economy by having a workforce, a skilled workforce available all the time, youth which are the least unemployment across the globe. And the dual vocational training from Germany is considered to be the major contributor in that aspect. And how this high quality is delivered is the chambers, the commerce chambers, the industry associations, they play a very major role in sort of coordinating the dual vocational training offering by bringing together the companies, the training institutes, and the other stakeholders together. And this has generated a lot of interest from other countries, and that's how VET-Net network, the vocational education and training network, is being established in different countries. It has been established other than India in 8 other countries, including, say, China or even Slovakia and countries similar to that. In India, it's the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, which is driving the VET-Net. The offices in Pune is presently taken the lead on this aspect. And way it is done is they are trying to bring together the companies, the training institutes, and trying to create an environment to project or to establish the further dual vocational training in India.
Thank you very much. Further information, by the way, can be also seen. I put the website there about the VET-Net, so it can be easily accessed as well, and also colleagues from the chamber can be contacted. Mr. Nachnani, so regarding VET-Net, what have we done so far? What have we achieved so far?
Yes. Of course, first was the thought process, the idea to have, and then we had major steps. So the first thing what we did was created a VET Council, and this was again taken up as a representative from different companies. Once the VET Council was formed, the next logical step was to form a detailed working groups. And then through the working groups, we had a lot of ideas discussed across the table, a lot of inputs taken from a lot of stakeholders. And then the first idea thought about was to start a basic 3-month course. It was a basic metalworking course that was done early last year. And looking at the success of that basic course, the trainees who passed out, when they were evaluated and when the companies saw the real benefit coming in, the companies requested to extend it further. And then in last November of 2015, a 1-year program on industry mechanic was started. And this is being done in Pune together with help from Don Bosco Institute, where actually the training is happening. The master trainers and all being established, being taken with the help of the chambers in Germany in that regards. And there are companies like Wood and also Festo Didactic, which is together contributing to the program for the delivery aspect.
Wonderful, excellent. I still want to stay with VETnet for a few minutes, since one of the first partners of VETnet was Volkswagen Group. So how would Volkswagen arrange, or how would they have set up their vocational training at their own plant? And as far as I know, there's also certification taking place, which is also very important for India. So maybe you can give us some ideas about this as well.
Yes. As of now in India, the dual vocational system from Germany is being taken in bits and pieces, and there are some companies establishing it, which is more in-house only for their internal. The Volkswagen Academy in Pune is one such reference, and they are running a 3.5 years mechatronics program, which is curricula 100% based on what is followed in Germany. And the chamber, the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce in India, with the Association of Chambers from Germany, conducts examination. So they conduct a midterm examination, which is roughly around 1.5 years of the start of the program, and also at the end of the program, at the 3.5 years. And where it is, it's the Indo-German Chamber and the Association of Chambers from Germany take up the exam, which is as done in Germany. And to see that the quality is assured, the German delivery of training quality is assured. And then we also have, for the examination part, a lot of Indian companies coming together, so trainers from different companies also act as examiners on the board. So companies like, say, Festo or Wurth or Moibia, so they have their master trainers, part of the examination board, and which really helps from two perspectives. It also helps in propagating and creating more trainers based on those systems. So I think it's a wonderful ecosystem that's been created.
Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Nachnali. Last question regarding VETnet. And I think that's also interesting maybe for some other companies being represented here. Which other companies in India are currently looking forward to partner with VET to establish a similar training program?
As of now, again, this particular example, if I take from Indo-German Chamber of Commerce in Pune, the companies, so we have, of course, Indian companies like Bharat Forge participating, but also then a lot of international companies like Schaeffler Group or Schemersel Group contributing. And then on the operation, on the training delivery side, it's the equipment from Wurth company and Festo Didactic, which is contributing to the program currently.
Good. So once again, whoever is interested further about this VET network, or either visit the website of VET or VETnet, or contact us accordingly. Now we are coming to a next very interesting reference here in India, not far away from here, in the city of Coimbatore to the south. And this is the GD Technical Training Institute in Coimbatore. I normally use this as one of the best references when it comes to vocational training, since they have a long history. And the interesting thing is, they are not even following Indian standards, even though they are so successful that the industry is even ordering demand. So that's definitely interesting to hear about, and Mr. Harish Nachnani is pleased to give you further ideas.
When we look at examples of vocational training in India about the institutes, GTTI, of course, being awarded from the government is one side, But if we really see from the industry perspective, it's one of the best examples in that regards. And why we say it's one of the best examples? If we really look at it, of course, it takes the curricula, which is the design in Germany. That's just one part of it. But just taking the curricula does not help. It's the next step of delivering that curricula and how we deliver it, the training equipments available, which are the industry-oriented training equipment, the real hands-on time given for the students to work on the equipments, to create different exercises and have an environment which is really comfortable for learning in that regards. And this is what is making it really different, and just not sticking to a very conventional of this many hours for theory, only this many hours for practical, but to move away to an environment where the students are given time to express their thoughts. And we say, again, just to say from the learning perspective, we cannot bring everything into a training environment. Everything we cannot bring into a classroom environment and expect everything to learn. But what we say is, with the right kind of course content, with the right kind of delivery, with the right kind of equipment, it is the thought process of the students which is opened up, which is enlarged, so that they can see things beyond what they are just seeing into the lab environment in that regards. And this is what is contributing to the development of the students. And of course, the institute also benefits in that regard.
Good, as already mentioned, and I'm very happy to talk about a relatively new establishment here in Karnataka, in Bangalore. It's the Karnataka German Technical Training Institute, supported by GIZ-IS, and one of the GIZ colleagues, Mr. Bandari, is in the audience here. So if you have further questions apart what Mr. Harish Nachnani is answering, please contact him. Mr. Nachnani, KGTTI, maybe it's worth to give some words about it as well. Yes. So the audience again is
KGTTI, if I just put it, it is Karnataka German Technical Training Institute, which is under the Karnataka German Multi-Skill Development Society. And this has been formed from the government initiative, central state, and GIZ is the technology partner. And what we have seen right from the concept to what it has been running for the last couple of years is definitely doing the things right. Of course, they are not currently into the dual vocational environment, because they are currently doing the short-term courses ranging from couple of weeks to 3 months, 4 months, that regards. But down the line, they would add up courses of 1 year, 3 years, which would definitely have industry apprenticeship and other things. But with the support of GIZ and the bringing in the German systems of operation, with getting different industry partners into the ecosystem, that regards. So Mr. Bandari has worked really hard for last 3-4 years, and we can really see that they are implementing the vocational training in the way which industry would really love and accept it. Yeah.
good. Thank you very much, Mr. Nachnani. And talking about KGTTI. Coming towards an end, 2 years ago, or not even 2 years ago, we had a Bertelsmann session here at Infosys, and also a bit earlier, a very interesting publication has been distributed by Bertelsmann, and it's about exporting Germany's dualistic vocational training. Whoever is interested in, contact me. I have copies, digital form, or go to the website of Bertelsmann and download it. And it's very interesting and comprehensive what is all about the German dualistic system. However, we cannot copy the system, and that would be one of the last questions to Mr. Nachnani. What are the hurdles? Why is it so challenging, so time-consuming to implement so-called real dualistic vocational training according to the German model?
Yes, not only countries, if you see a country like India, every region is different. So it's not something that we can copy a successful system from, say, Germany and just put it here. Of course, we need to adapt it. But even for adaptation, there are a lot of challenges that what we have seen currently. one of the major parts, I cannot list which one is more challenging or which one is more important to list out. But some of the things what we have seen from our experience, the companies in India have to take certain lead. They have to take a lead in terms of investing in the resources, in the training of the resources in that regards. That's one of the major contributors. What we have seen in the German ecosystem, the companies do take a lead, in that regards, in terms of investment. When it comes to a dual vocational training, when we do a training based on the industrial equipment, the investment is one of the most major parts that way. The availability of trainers, we always say with so many institutes, training institutes coming up, that's always been a challenge. But when it comes to a dual vocational training, we see a challenge of trainers on the other side. When we really see a dual vocational training, it's students learning into the institute and also going onto the shop floor for learning. And it is on the shop floor, the supervisors, the line managers, what we see in the German ecosystem, how they impart their knowledge in the right way, pass it on to the trainees. And here in our ecosystem, without questioning, whether they can do or they cannot do, our ecosystem from the mindset side, does not easily transfer the knowledge. A line supervisor or something having a knowledge of 20, 25 years may not like to give away whatever he has to, to a student who is maybe half his age, for example, and thinking from a different perspective. So this mindset also to see how the knowledge is getting transferred onto the shop floor is getting very, very critical in that regards. Of course, the delivery of the technical subjects linked to the trainers, which is critical. And then we also see from the society side, somebody who has done an ITI, for example, and then we ask him to go through a 3 years of vocational training. How many of the families they could afford or they could extend their studies at that level in that regards. So there are a lot of challenges on that perspective, and that I think not only as a company or as a chamber or as a society, but as a collective thought process, we need to see and find the best way ahead for India.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Nachnani, for all these comprehensive answers. And of course, coming to an end, last but not least, we should not forget to mention train the trainers. Well, first of all, we have to find the right people to be trained. And sometimes I'm even using the expression, we need to motivate them. Only motivated teachers, instructors can motivate students to learn, to study, to discover the technical, in particular the technical and the practical approaches. So coming definitely to an end, I would like to thank you so much for your time and patience, because we took a little bit more time as initially planned. Once again, thank you for organizing and inviting us, and soon I can say enjoy your lunch. But first of all, thank you so much for your attention, and on behalf of Festo, thank you for coming and joining.
May I now request Mr. Ritvik Pandey, Commissioner for Commercial Tax, to sum up today's meeting and deliver to you.
I would only like to highlight that, in Karnataka we value the partnership with Germany a lot, and one of the basic reasons why Germany or German industry is a very valued partners for us is because, before Bangalore got its distinguished position in the IT map of the world, it was actually known for very high-end engineering manufacturing industry, whether it was aviation sector, whether it was defense manufacturing, or it was heavy industrial manufacturing, capital equipments, or it was space research. Bangalore was actually known for science and technology of that kind. Of course, now after the IT revolution, Bangalore has, the colors of Bangalore have slightly changed, but still state government is very keen on retaining its, or capitalizing its position that it had on in the area of very high-end engineering, manufacturing, and technology. So in that respect, we value Germany a lot. And one of the partnerships that very vibrant partnerships that we have, which was just highlighted, is the skill development that we are focusing on. And that has been the strength of Karnataka and Bangalore, which was just pointed out by Ms. Anandi Iyer, is that intellectual capital that the state and particularly the city has. So I would like to highlight this particular point. Incidentally, if you see the colors of Karnataka, which is very evident from the Invest Karnataka logo, we share a lot in common with the German colors. So I would like to thank the distinguished speakers who have shared their thoughts, and I would like to thank all the delegates who have shared their valued time with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if he doesn't, then we have to wait, right? Okay, so we'll see. We'll take it as it comes. Now, how do I connect this?
Good afternoon. We'll be starting the session on electronics manufacturing in another 15 minutes. It's in the hall number 1. We invite the delegates to come and have their seats.